Good morning, students. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning, sir.
Nice.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Tammy.
Morning, sir.
Morning,
Good,
sir.
good morning to you. What's up for breakfast this morning?
Platinum bread.
No, sir. Me no want that today. That a everyday breakfast. That a Monday through Friday breakfast. And you drop the egg in the sandwich. We want something different today. What we can get today? Talk to me now. No suggestions, no ideas.
Cabbage with
No,
and banana.
I'll prefer the plantain and egg.
They don't eat cabbage, sir?
No, miss.
Why?
In vegetables.
No man cook it down. Even drop look a saltfish in it. You're good to go.
No, miss. I'll pick out the saltfish and leave the cabbage.
Okay.
Real talk. But I have cabbage though in my vegetables. Cooked cabbage, negative. Yuck. Um, but to each his own. So what else? So cabbage and saltfish with boiled dumpling, don't
Yes,
no?
sir, with boiled dumpling, banana, sweet potato, and yam.
Jeez, I'm father. That mean no want nothing else to eat for the rest of the day.
No, I got hungry spoon.
Nice. Well, it's good when we can talk about this because the reality for some, even as what it is that you mentioned, cabbage and saltfish and grown provision, some people can't even find that and would love it. Now the mere fact that we have it and can enjoy it, I'm going to encourage you to just look at life and just thank God for the small things of life. What we consider small is actually huge for some people. Um, and this is just my normal, really usual Saturday morning um, talk with students. We may not have the bacons and eggs and cheese and the omelets that we're seeing there and the what do you things, the fruits, grapes and strawberries and cantaloupe and honeydew and your coffee and we may not be able to afford those, but for sure if we can afford our cabbage and saltfish and little yam and banana, little sweet potato, we're good to go. If we learn to live within our means, many of us will be far better off than trying to live above our means, where it is that we are trying to adopt a lifestyle that is just not ours, and we find ourselves in problems. We can't afford oxtail, but we decide that we want oxtail for lunch 3 times in a week. So we don't buy it. We trust it because the lady around on the corner who cook the food said, "No, man, we know where you work, man. You're good, man. You can do it." And when the end of the month comes and your lunch bill alone is $15,000, I'm sure you could use half as much to buy 2 chicken or whatever it is, your saltfish and your cabbage, and prepare your own meal and have that. And plus, you have change left over out of the $15,000, right? So that you can use to pay your light bill or even pay your school fee. So let us learn to live within our means. Let us learn to be thankful, to give God thanks for everything, even the opportunity just to get up this morning with our faculties intact, to come to a class as early as 8 o'clock, When you log on, you saw your teacher, and you say, "Blow, oh, this is a reality." It's enough to give God thanks. It's enough to have a praise and a song in our hearts and in our mouths. So my word of encouragement to you for this day is, let us be thankful. For those of you who haven't had your morning prayer, it's good time for you to just take a 2 minutes and just offer a word of prayer to God and say, "Boy, big up your good self, Father, because without you it would not have been possible." Um, my final thought before we begin, I don't know, well, somebody said it last week. "Sir, are your birds them that?" And I said yes, because I was actually outside last week, Saturday morning. At this, my current location now is on the inside. But as I sit on the inside and look through a window, I don't know if you can hear the birds in the background. Those birds are not mine. Unfortunately, I have caged some birds and deny them of their freedom. But that's the ones that you were hearing the cooing sound last week. But these are ones who are free, and they choose to come here and sing a song of joy. And ever so often when this is my preferred spot to teach. So when I teach in a day class or a night class, I'm just sitting here looking out. And many times I'm just lost into God's beauty. Look how God good, man. He create the birds, and when scripture says he clothed the lilies of the field and feed the birds of the air, we can see the truth, because the birds them perch in the tree, them fly down and pick one lizard, fly down and pick one ant, fly down and pick something. When I feed my birds, I make sure I feed my birds and leave some food outside for them, and them come and them eat them food and go about them business. At this point in time, I could take my camera and show you several bird nests inside the yard. And I decided to not go and disturb them, because ever so often when it's laying time, they come around and lay the eggs, and birds hatch. The other day, one hatch, and I was outside and I hear this little chirping sound, and I was looking, and the poor little bird was on the ground, couldn't even fly. And I could go and literally lift him up. I said, "No, I've already caged some, let this one live and be free." And he was there climbing the trees and climbing until he got up top and then move up. By now, I'm supposed to develop strong wings. So, just as how God is able to provide for them, things He's going to provide for you too? Absolutely. He will provide for you. So just trust Him, have a relationship with Him, big Him up in the good times, praise Him in the bad times, do the same. Commit this course to you and the other courses you are doing, and trust me, have a good heart, clean heart, love people, no bad mind, and them something there. Yeah, you're good to go. All right, you can help somebody in a class because they don't understand. Do that. So I congratulate those of you who have started that, and I just trust that today will just be a very good day for you and you and yours. If you don't have no food to eat, trust me, believe and trust in Him, and He will take care of you, just like Him take care of the birds. Somebody who you least expect to come, just ask and it shall be given. All right, so those are my words of encouragement for a morning such as this. Whether you have plenty or little, little is much when God is in it. So big up on yourself. All right. Who am I this morning? I'm pretty good. I sent a message out to you guys, re-edical. Said that I'm going to name and shame. And even after doing that, there are some of you in the class that have no care in the world. And let me show you how much care you don't have. you got zeros for the first two pieces that I asked you to do. And let me just look so that I don't speak out of turn. Zeros for the first two pieces you did. Oh, that were due, I never did them. And you have not done even one piece more, or even done one piece, not more, one piece to the platform. And I'm saying to myself, but some of these students know not really serious about this school business. And I'm just saddened by it. There are students in the class who are moving. There are 2, 3, 4. There are 4 students that have not started one thing on Edico. And as I check my participants listing, one of those students is in class. Let me check. And the other, that person is not here, so maybe that person dropped the course. So I can drop that person from my class. Let me look at the other. That person isn't here, but I think that person sent me an email to say that they may drop the class. I need to go back and check. And then this other person, no. And there's one person who did the first 2 pieces and decided saying I'm not doing no more. 2 people, 3, 4 of you. 4 of you did the 2 pieces that I asked you to do. So it means that I need to close out the others today so that I can get you to do the stuff. Remember, guys, this is midway the semester. This is week 4. Midway the semester. This is July 9th. July how much? 9. Summer school ends the 19th of August. There are still many areas that I have not yet gone through. So the choice is yours. I'm going to close out some others today. And be reminded. Be reminded. And I'm saying this so that when you get the recordings, you will hear it. You see, because I know that you're in class, and that's why I'm looking at, if you look, you recognize it, I'm logged on twice. One of them, I don't activate my audio because I'm using that system to look at my participant listing. And I know the ones that are in my class. So nobody can come to me and say, sir, and find any excuse and give me and think that I am going to reopen this platform so that it can finish off the stuff. I've given you enough time. You have not done zilch. So you can stay the form full of yourselves. Scripture says, if you have ears to hear, let them hear. Right?
Don't like your 2 words, sir.
I'm just speaking. I'm speaking because I've seen this happen so many times. So many times it has happened. I am one who is very lenient and asks for an extension to open the platform and so forth. But I'm saying to you, this summer I'm not doing it. I need some time for myself. I am not doing it this summer. I'm sorry. So you see, when it closes out, and please do not look, a lot of students can say, but sir, the system is going to close out the 31st of August. And why did it close before? And I was like, calm yourself down. I had to tell that to a student recently. But the system said it was closing the 16th of June, and it closed before the 16th of June was because I created an extension to the platform for those students who did not finish. But I'm saying to you, it will not happen this time around. This time around, I'm taking my 2 weeks break. I'm really very tired. And even though school is out, I have gone to at least 4 meetings, more than 4 meetings since this week. Yesterday alone, I was in 2 meetings. Yesterday alone, I was in 2 meetings. 3 meetings, as a matter of fact. 1, 2, 3 meetings. So it's rough, right? So, and I'm not opening up this so that when my grades are late, I get letter to say that, your grades are late, negative. So for those of you who are moving, and I'm seeing people like Larcia Ponal who is moving, Tamara Morgan who is moving, and if you don't hear your name, you should feel away. I'm seeing people like Jonathan Levy who is moving. Boy, Johnny, life teachers are listening, saying we don't make the mistake 2 times, don't Papa? Brianna Lamoth is moving. Really proud of Bri too. Shante could move a little bit more, so I'm not gonna call her name. I'm not gonna call her name either. I'm not gonna call her name. And I'm not gonna call them. Yeah, so those are the ones that I see moving very fast and moving as if they mean business. Keep up the good work, and trust me, it will pay off. It will definitely pay off. I do watch the progress of the class and see what is happening and see what is going on. And yeah, so congratulations. The rest of you should feel bad. When the system closes out on you, please do not come crying. Do not come asking. And finally, for those of you who were given an opportunity to move on to pre-calculus, if you fail the Foundation 3 and pass your pre-calculus, we're not going to send you on to calculus without you passing the pre-calculus. All right? We're going to send you back to do the pre-calculus, the Foundation 3 first. I only gave you an override if you passed any 2 of the foundational courses to do pre-calculus. So if you don't pass the other foundational course at this point in time, and you pass pre-calculus for argument's sake, you will not be allowed to do business calculus until you go back and do your pre-calculus, your Foundation 3. All right?
Sir, we're making business still, sir, because reality is I did Math 1 and Math 2 because I don't have CXC Maths, which I'm going to do. And because I was realigned, so upon being realigned, I am being told that there is no Math 3. And so in my mind, I'm like, they really, the education system is really set out to exploit the populace, because there was a Maths 1 and a Maths 2. So where did a Maths 3 come from? It must be a money-making mechanism. That's my personal view. And I know I can't do nothing about it, but I just have to say that, it's an exploitation of the populace. Yeah. No.
Okay. All right, no problem. And if that's your view, that's just your view. Put it this way. Let me ask you a question. When you were growing up, and I don't need to know the era in which you were born. When you were growing up, did you see BMWs?
Yes, sir. I know where you're going, sir.
No. Don't know where I'm going. Don't do that. Don't do that, because I'm going somewhere where you're not even thinking. But when you were growing up, you saw BMWs?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Okay. You saw X6s and X4s and X3s and X1s?
Well,
No, answer yes or no.
Over time.
No, man. Work with me, man, Andrew. So when you grow up, you just say X1 and X2 and X3 and X4 and X5 and X6?
No, sir. But
okay, all right, no, sir, full stop. All right. When you are growing up, and did Toyota have so many different versions of the Toyota model?
No, sir.
Okay, good. So Toyota will not be a viable company if all that they were doing is just making their best sellers, which is a Toyota Camry. They had to go and expand in other areas and make the Allion and the RAV4 and the Carinas and the Corollas and the Axios and you name it. So they are expanding. So what it is that they are doing is diversifying their offerings. Now, let's come back to the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. The same program we offered 5 years down the line. 5 years later, we can't be offering the same sort of boring courses. We have to mix it up now and improve on what it is that our offering would have been so that we can become globally competitive, right? Because for sure, we're not going to buy at this point in time a car that was made in the 1950s if it is not a vintage. We don't want to drive that because if it's vintage, it's fine, right? But I don't want to, because I want to be current. I want to be current, and that's just me personally. I don't know if anybody sees where I'm going or anybody else sees where I'm going. So the programs that are being offered by the council, of which Portmore Community College is a member, so is Excelsior Community College.
Portmore is the word, sir. Don't even call him name. I them the years right now.
We have looked at developing our programs. So we give students a 2-year to complete the Associate of Science degree, and we give them 3 more years to play around with it. So after 5 years, you are going to be so realigned, because after 5 years, there's going to be some changes to the program. So for example, one such change that came to mind that comes to mind as I'm speaking to you, we used to offer, we never offered principles of econ. Principles of econ was something that was recently added to, when I say recently, in the last 5+ years, added to the curriculum, right? And the likes, we used to do foreign language. It's no longer called foreign language, it's called Spanish, or vice versa, whichever one it is. I think it's called Spanish now, right? And let us use the example that we do. We used to do college math, because I'm with the college for quite a number of years now. We used to do college math. But as things change and we recognize that students are coming into the program, because one time you have to come in with maths and English, we will recognize quite a number of students coming in without math and English. So we had to now go and create a program in order for us to be viable, so that students can do foundation concepts, so they can do a math course or courses in lieu of the CXC, so that we can bring them up to par. So when they want to move on to pre-calculus and business calculus and business statistics and operations research, they are so prepared to do those courses. So and then from college math, we went to Math 1 and Math 2, but we recognized that Math 1 and Math 2 were limited, and there were other areas on the CXC syllabus that were not covered in Math 1 and Math 2. So I was part of the team that created Foundation Concepts 1, 2, and 3. Now 1, 2, and 3 is reflective of the CXC math. But what we do, we break it up into 3 semesters, so that you can complete your bachelor's without passing CXC math, but you must have your other supporting subjects. But if you don't complete your course of study within a 5-year period, you're going to be realigned. So if you did pre-calculus, for argument's sake, and got a C minus, a 50%, a C minus, if you are realigned, that 50% is null and void. So all those C's the system is saying that you barely scrape it, you have to redo those courses. So it's not a money-making thing. What we are trying to do is to put you in a position so that when you go into the place of work, you can perform because you are trained at the highest level. Just imagine a medical doctor who sits out for 5 years and got C in urology or got C in OBGYN and sit out 5 years and then come back and they say, but you have to do over OBGYN and you have to do over urology. And the doctor said, no, I'm not doing it over. And God forbid, either you or your wife have to go to the hospital and it's this doctor alone upon the ward. And you know, say, then they barely pass the course. Well, you're not going to know. But you wouldn't want to know if they barely pass the course because you may feel that your life is in danger. So which is why when people are doing things like these, they said, no, we need to find a urologist, somebody who studied urology, that we may find a gynecologist because we don't want a general practitioner who don't have as much information as those persons who are specifically trained. So it's not a money-making venture. I'm a trained educator. I can tell you it's not a money-making venture. What it is the provision of a global certification in education so that when you move anywhere in the world, you are able to perform and to perform at its highest. Just saying.
Yes, sir. I won't bash you for your opinion, sir. Again, your
No
opinion.
problem. All right, no problem. All right, thank you. All right,
Sir.
go ahead, please, Jerome.
Me I go ball out, sir. Anytime you lick me I go ball out, sir. Me nah go around a car. Me no know about nobody else. Me nah sit down and play cricket. Me I go ball out. For
So,
one, me end up a do. I go do a total of 7 exams. 2 missed exams for circumstances, for reasons beyond my control. And between the rest of classes, them in the evenings during the week, sir. The only time I get my girl the only time I get between school and work, the only time I get to go and edit was off Friday nights. Friday nights I may do if you look on it, sir, you can see at this morning, but after 4 me log on, and do one little section vessel. So me not go run a corner, sir. Me go ball.
What is it, Jerome? I'm looking at you. I'm looking at your stuff now, Jerome. And you are crying out, but you have completed more pieces than others who may not have your experience. So it's, as I said before, you can't use money fat and fry your situation, because you have done. I'm seeing what it is that you have done, and you have completed the first compulsory pieces that I close out. So even if I close out the ones that I want to close out for today, you will not be caught because you've already done those. So you have been. But what about the others who are vocal, others who are not vocal, and just sit down in class and don't do nothing? I'm looking at the stuff and I'm seeing people who are just not moving. And then now, when you're not successful, you blame the system. You say, Mr. Shan wicked because him could have just let it open so we can get to do something, and I feel him or I feel and irritate it. And anybody who have gone through my hands will know there are things that I have done that I don't even want to talk about because I'm being recorded. And there are students in, maybe not in this class, but there are students who can attest that I have been very facilitating, accommodating in them becoming successful in the course that they are sitting. But, I'm just saying to you students, despite the circumstances, there is a final thing before moving. There is a friend of mine, I'm going to call her a friend. We entered the university at the same time. I knew her from extras. I knew her from grade 11, 5th form extras. And my time of doing A-levels, you had to do exams at the end of year one and do exams. We had to do exams at the end of the second year. So it's not like the Cape students know what do exam at the end of year one and the end of year two. We had to do exams at the end of the second year. So everything we do in the first year plus second year, we're examining on those. So this person and I end up in extras now because you have to go back to your first year stuff, second year stuff. Went to university together, sat in some of the same classes. But this person you could see wasn't well off. You talk about cabbage and saltfish, wasn't well off. And you know, she used to sit and tell us that, boy, you know, it rough because how she study at the street light in front of her yard, where she have to go sit down under because she don't have light in her yard to do that, for the homework or otherwise. Them the days that we never have computer and Google and cell phone, a textbook we have to go. So she sit down and read her textbook and do the stuff. Bright girl. People used to laugh at her. The clothes that she wears to university, they used to laugh at her. And she would come and say, boy, you know, people are mean. I said, dearest, guess what? Don't worry about it. You will go where it is that God is going to lead you. Today, idea, she's a medical doctor. A medical doctor. I went to take a family member to a medical facility. And the doctor there was like, I know you. I said, I know you too. And she said, chemistry, UE. I said, there you go. And I said, by the way, what happened to my friend? And it was the same friend who said, boy, you know, she graduated medical school before me, you know, so forth and so on, etc., etc. And I said, boy, you remember those hard times? She said, trust me, they were hard times. And I'm saying, she said, she's doing very well, married with children and has her own medical practice. All right. So I'm saying to you, it's very important that we look beyond our circumstances. They are varied and they are many, and we are going to strive for the best. You see, every time you're going to start complaining about 1 hour work for you, turn it around into a praise and into doing something that can work. You know what the situation is, find ways to combat it and to circumvent and to mitigate them. Right? So that's all I'm going to say to you. Let's go. All right. So, so outside of closing out those stuff, we need to look at, we spent a lot of time last week extensively to write trinomials in the form a open bracket x plus h all squares plus k. We spent quite a bit of time looking at that. Quite a bit of time. We also spent some time towards the end of the class trying to sketch the graph. And in sketching the graph, what we did was to we went ahead and recognized that some things weren't just for aesthetics, but is that we had to stretch a graph according to the coefficient of x squared. So with that said, I don't want that. What do I want? With that said, I want us to know, what am I looking at? Okay, here you go.
Good morning, sir. Sorry to cut you off.
Morning, Papa.
Is which ones you say you're going to close on the editor stuff? Because I plan to do some more today.
I will tell you, Krishna, in just a few. I'm trying to find something here on the platform, and I'm using a different system and I just not seeing where I'm going. But anyhow, let me just do this one.
All right, sir.
I'll tell you, Papa. All right. Okay. So following from, let me stop share from this system so that I can all right. So let's just look at this graph here. And you see, ouch, when you went through your assessments, you will see them talking about reflection in the x-axis and the y-axis. We're going to go there. We're just not going there now. We're going to go there. That's part of what it is that I'm going to be doing with you. So you can just look at it in the back of your heads for now, and then when I move into that area or those areas, you can see more what it is that I'm talking about. All right, so let's just look at this one here. This one here says, start with one of the basic graphs and sketch the graph of f of x, which is equal to negative x cubed plus 4. It says start with one of the basic graph, which is a basic graph that deals with x cubed. Which is a basic graph of the 4 graphs. Say we're naming this one 1, or you're not seeing it. Let me see if I can do my, I know last week you were saying to me that you're not seeing the, oopsie daisy. You not see my cursor. What did I do?
So reflection is what you're doing now, sir?
No, I'm not doing reflection. No. Tell me, which of the graphs are we? Which is a basic graph? Is it the first one, the second one, the third one, or the fourth one?
Second one, sir.
Is it the second one? Anybody agree?
So the third one.
The third one, okay. Anybody else? Anybody think the fourth one or the first one? I hear the second and third. Anybody think the first and the fourth?
Fourth, sir.
The fourth one, somebody sends the fourth. Anybody else? Anybody think it's the first one?
No, sir. I think it's the fourth house.
You think it's what?
The fourth one.
You think it's the fourth one? All right. I think that was Larcia who last spoke, and I think that was Ava who spoke before her, if I'm not mistaken.
Marva, sir.
Miss Marva G, Marva C. So it is indeed the fourth one, that one, right? That's the x cubed graph. Remember, this graph is our x squared graph. That graph is our radical graph, meaning that something with a fraction. This one also has a fraction. Sorry, this is a square root, and this is our fraction of 1. Yes, please.
So, you know, if you look at mark You know, we look at my, hold on. Never mind. Repeat that because me struggle with that part there, no, sir. Repeat that. Quickly write it down, please.
All right, so this is our x cube graph. It's on the platform, you know. When you look at on the basic graphs, it's there, but that's our x squared graph.
X squared, yes, sir.
This graph is representing our radical graph, meaning like the square root of something. So the square root of x squared plus something is a square root graph. This graph here is representing our rational functions. 1 over x squared, etc., etc. And this is representing our x cube graph. That was one of the first things that I did. And those videos are all in your YouTube channel. So you can go and look back at those. Even if you weren't at the class, you can go and join the class asynchronously.
You are sent a YouTube link?
Yes, sir. Sir, I always mix it up with the fraction.
Yeah. But know that you should know it. Yes, Jerome, you're asking?
You are sent a YouTube link, sir?
Long time.
No, again, send it back now, please.
Can somebody
That's-
recirculate
It's in the group description.
Say that again?
It's in the group description.
It's in the group description, right? It is. Thanks, Krishna. It's in the group description.
All right, thanks, sir.
Yeah, man. And all your videos are posted. I'm up to date with the stuff. The videos are coming even quicker now. I taught a class one day this week, and by the time I finished the class and I saw where the video came in, and I just uploaded it at the same time. So I'm up to date. As soon as this video becomes available today, I'll also upload it, right? So you can look at the videos. As a matter of fact, my videos are titled. So if you want, you can go and look at a FCM3 video from even a previous session. So the ones that you see for you for this semester will be FCM3 Summer 2022. So this identifies which course you're doing and at the time you're doing it.
Sir,
Yes,
I didn't know that you do geology.
I do actually. I'm a science teacher, so I teach engineering courses as well.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Maths.
Not just math. A lot of people believe that I only do math, but I do. I used to teach chemistry. I do geology. I do engineering, science.
So you're most talented, sir.
I'm underpaid, but never mind. That's another conversation. So yes, so all my courses are embedded in the platform, so that I can, you can have access to it. And years past, you can still go back and look at it, etc., etc. So,
sir, I don't see the class that I missed, which was the second week, sir. I don't see the
recording.
Right.
It should be there. Can somebody, can you just put the date of that class in the chat, and then maybe somebody can direct you exactly where it's at. But I know I have done all of them. So they're there. I think one of them I did twice, and I was supposed to go and delete it, but I said, sure, it's there, no problem. Go ahead. So one of them is there twice for Foundation 3.
All right, so I'll double check. All right.
Yeah, please double check. All right, good. So we're starting with one of the basic graphs. So the basic graph is going to be x cubed. So this is going to be my basic graph. You remember I was saying that the x cubed graph is a sexy graph because one side of it, when I have positive numbers and I cube positive numbers, I get a positive number, which will be everything up here. But when I cube a negative number, my answer is negative. So that value is going to be down here at the bottom of the graph. And somehow, I don't remember what I did last week. Maybe because I'm in this view, why I'm not able to, because it's not even giving me the option to use my thing. Anyhow, let's go. So the top half of the graph is going to be my positive. Okay, it's showing now. So why wasn't it showing before? It is showing now. Okay. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It wasn't, the cursor wasn't showing before. All right, so the top half of the graph here is my positive graph, positive aspect of the graph, because when I raise a positive number to any number, it is still positive. But when I raise a negative number to an odd power, the result is negative. So this is what is accounting for this piece down here. Now, what is happening? I don't have to do any calculations for this, you know. I am doing the sketch of this graph. This is x cubed, but it says plus 4. Now, when x is 0, y is going to be equal to positive 4. That is my intercept. So when x is 0, I find, that is the y-intercept. I find where it cuts the y-axis. So to find the y-intercept, I'm going to be looking at my constant, which is y equals 4, positive 4. So it means that I'm going to go up 4 times, 4 units. 1, okay, so this thing not moving. I don't think I can have the best of 2 worlds. Okay, it's showing now. So I'm going to go up 4 times. One, 2, 3, 4. So this is how this graph. Oh, I'm definitely not hearing you. No, okay. All right. Oh, why is this thing come so big? Okay, no problem, Cavante. I saw that message. Yeah, I saw that one too that you sent me. Okay, Latoya, I don't remember that conversation with us, but anyhow, all right, so forgive me. So I'm using 2 devices, and a lot of messages are coming in on the other device. I'm just reading those. So, all right, so Latoya, as I just said a while ago, all the recordings are uploaded to the platform. So it's going to be up to you now to just go onto the platform, look at those videos, and just get up to speed with what is happening, right? The other thing now is putting you on Edicasoft. I can't recall that conversation, but anyhow, and Kevante, yes, I saw yours. I don't know why it is that I'm not hearing it, but I'm not hearing Kevante. So you want to see if you can unmute again?
Hear me now, sir?
I'm hearing you now.
Thanks.
All right, cool. All right, so what I've done here is to move my cursor 4 units upwards to reflect this positive 4. Then, sir, what if it had been a negative 4? I'd have moved it 4 units downwards, all right? But if I click done, you'll recognize it says incorrect. You see? I knew it was going to say incorrect. Tell me, why is it incorrect?
Did it reflect it, sir?
You
didn't reflect it?
I did not reflect it. Why am I to reflect it? Why am I to reflect?
Because there's a negative.
Very good. Because there's a negative in front of the x cube. So I must reflect the graph. So I'm going to click this thing that says reflect. Then now I'm going to click done, and it is now correct. So this negative sign is not for aesthetics. Not for aesthetics. It means that the graph is going to be reflected. It's not for aesthetics. It means that the graph is going to be reflected. All right. Are there any questions regarding this question that we just did?
So, sir,
Yes, Papa.
so, if there was no negative sign, right? Say for example, you were doing the example based of reflection, and there was no negative sign there, it would have been correct then.
It would have been correct. Had it been just x cubed plus 4,
Yes, sir.
this would have been, that would have been the answer. But because of the negative sign, I have to do this to show that the graph is negative. So yes, you're correct. All right, let me create a new version. Same difference. The only thing is that this is now positive 5. So I'm going to select my base. And if you don't select it, all right, what if I selected that graph? I went up 5 units, 3, 4, 5, and reflected it and click done. It's incorrect because I would not have selected the correct graph. So you have to know what graph represents what. Your x cube graph is going to be your sector graph, the one that starts up top and come down the bottom here. See here, that's your x cube graph. So if you select an incorrect graph like that and go 5 units upwards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and reflect it and click done, it is incorrect. Why, sir? Because you have not selected the correct graph. So you have to first select the correct graph. Then you go 5 units upwards. 1, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you reflect, then you click done, and that's correct. Another version. I hope I get a negative. Very good. So I have negative x cubed minus 4. The value that stands alone is where the graph cuts the y-axis. So how do you know that? Because it does so when x is equal to 0. My y-intercept occurs when x equals 0. So all I have to do is to put 0 into the function so that negative x cubed goes to 0. So all I'm left with is negative 4. So negative 4 is where the graph should cut the y-axis. So I'm going to first select my graph, which is an x cubed graph. So I'm selecting that one. Then if I want, I can reflect it first. I don't have to wait until after to reflect it. I can reflect it first. And then I can go 4 units downwards. If I go up, I'm going to be wrong because up is being positive, but this one said negative 4. So I have to go 4 units downwards. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I click done. And then I'm incorrect. Why is that incorrect?
Sir, I never moved to the is it the left?
That's not the reason. Tell me why I'm incorrect.
Sir, did you reflect?
You need to reflect.
I reflected. Yes, I did reflect.
Actually, you reflect it first, sir?
No. Look. Anybody?
Sir, you went down one more than you were supposed to.
Very good. Very good. So I'm happy that you see it because it was done so that you can see what is happening. So what did I go up? What graph did I plot, Jerome and Ava? I hear. What graph did I plot? Give me the function of the graph I plotted.
Negative x squared minus 5.
Very good. Very good. So I'm happy that you're seeing what is happening. So this will be negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, negative 4, negative 5. So I have to go back up 1 unit and then I can click done and then I'm now correct. Very good for being very observant and seeing what has happened. Very, very good. It's very important. Then, sir, that look wants something when I make the question wrong? Of course.
That is why I like graph, sir.
Yeah, man.
That is like that.
Yeah, man. It is very important. And my dear friend earlier asked why FCM3. FCM3 is also very helpful. And there are 2 students here that have done calculus 2. And they can tell you that when you move into calculus 2 and you have to do them stationary points and sketch them curve, you need to understand what it is that you're doing. And especially when you reach the multivariable function ones. So all you computing students, make sure you catch this. But sir, doing business, not a problem. Because the same stationary points that the computing students do is the same stationary points that you do over business studies. All right?
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm trying to check my memory regarding graph. Now, when we used to do it on the sheet, this is a little bit, you know, technical for my brain. But when we used to do it on the sheet, I know that each box represented one. Each square on the sheet represented one, I believe. And there were 5 squares in, or whatever, I don't remember exactly. But on the line, sir, how do you, because I saw you counting down 1, 2, 3, 4. How do you represent each square? Like you know, the -4. Where is that record visible on the screen there on that graph that you just plotted? I don't know if I'm making sense.
All right. I hear what you're asking. I understand what it is that you're asking. But I just need to correct something. So on the graph, not all spacings on the graph represent 1 unit. In this case, it does. So I can, depending, all right. So moving from Kingston to driving from Kingston, Andrehan to Ocherius, they may say to you, for argument's sake, that it is going to be about 50 kilometers, for argument's sake. You know, it may be more, it may be less, but we just say 50 kilometers. So from Kingston to Ocherius, on the highway, that is, all right? But they could also say to you that it is 50,000 meters. They could say 50,000 meters. Because 50,000 meters is the same thing as 50 kilometers. So instead of writing 50,000, let me just write 50 kilometers. Instead of writing 50,000 meters, we'll just go ahead and write 50 kilometers because we can use a bigger unit so that we don't have that much writing to do.
Yes, sir, I get it.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So some people, what them do is instead of writing 10,000, they write 10K because they recognize that K is 1,000. So it's a smaller thing. So I'm saying to you that depending on the graph, if I'm plotting a graph, I can even call this 0.1. So my graph is, my values are small. My values are very small, but I want my graph to be represented into something that is readable. I can represent this instead of 1 as 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8. So when I'm looking at my graph, I won't call this 1 because if I call this down here 1, it means a 0.1 going to be one little dot that I'm going to be estimating. So I have to use a graph in such a way that I'm going to be able to see that pictorial view of what it is that I'm looking at. A pictorial view of what I'm looking at.
Yes, sir. Got
it. Yeah, thanks much. All right, one more for the road, and then this one here is x cubed minus 2, and again, I am selecting my x cubed graph, so you must know your basic graph. You notice I can't go up or down before I do any of my graphs. I have to first select the graph, all right? So make sure that you select the correct graph. If you select the incorrect graph, but everything else is correct in terms of your translations, you're not going to get the point. And because, well, not because of online, because we have been using Edicosoft way before COVID came. We started Edicosoft in the college from 2013, right? 7 years before, before any of us knew that we were going to hit with this pandemic, all right? So we have been using Educasoft, and when you're plotting up, when you're sketching a graph, you are going to sketch the graph in such a way similar to what it is that you're doing here. But some students, teaching them graph is like feeding them Buckley's cough syrup. And everybody knows that Buckley's cough syrup is very good, very effective, but it not taste good. Don't taste good, but it's very effective. You take a dose of that, best believe say your congestion going to go very soon. Alrighty, so let's go. That's my basic graph. I'm going to reflect it. I'm going to go 2 units downwards because it's -2, 1, 2. Click done. It's supposed to say correct. So it doesn't matter if I reflect first or translate first. Really doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Order is not important in this case, right? It's not important in this case. In other cases, yeah. So when I look at the solution, it is saying that we're going to start the graph of y cubed. We're going to reflect about the x-axis and then move the result graphically downwards 2 units. Why we're moving downwards is because we have a -2. Had it been we call it +2, we would have moved upwards. Then, sir, are we allowed to move along the x-axis? Yeah. But if we're moving along the x-axis now, this would have been like x plus 3 all cube. And then now we'd have to go find, put x plus 3 equals 0. Remember I said to you that in order to do that, you have to go set what is in the parentheses equals to 0 to find the x value. Anybody remembers that? Let me see if anybody listening to me.
Yes, sir.
No? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Anybody remembers what I just said a while ago? When you're finding the vertex, in order to get the x value, you have to put whatever is in the parentheses, set it equals to 0 and solve for the value of x in order to get the x value.
Yes, sir. Sir, you hearing me?
I'm hearing you now, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so that is what that one is. And I keep doing this. I keep not sharing the okay. So that's what that one is, the x cube one. All right, that we just looked at.
Sir.
Yes, please, dearest.
The x cube, sir, on the graph. What like I can see the -4 and the minus whatever the minus is that you use. But I'm not recognizing the x value on the graph.
You're not recognizing, but the
x-axis value.
But the x-axis don't have a value right there. It's only yeah. Remember, you know, my function is in x and y. So that value for x, we must adjusted a while ago that you're going to set the x equals to 0. So on the graph that we just did, the x is going to be equal to 0 in order for you to get the 4, because there's only one value, which is the y-intercept that you can plot on a graph like that. Okay. To find the y-intercept, x is equal to 0. So you put x equals 0 to get the y value.
Okay. Okay.
You get what I'm saying, Marva?
Yes, sir.
All right, good job. All right. Look at this example here. Start with one of the basic graphs and sketch a graph of -1 over x plus 4 g's on p's. Which one of these is the basic graph?
It's the third one. Fraction.
This one?
Yes, sir.
All right. we don't know if Bribri all right, you know, because we don't know. We don't think she right. Anybody think she right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, but I'm a baby.
Somebody saying, so bring somebody helping you out. Who is that? Is that Brianna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you cannot very low. Lord Jesus, the man in light, no man, no stay in a bed like ever last week. Come up, man, talk to me.
That was a fraction one, sir.
Oh, that was a fraction one. Oh, well, I don't this earlier. I remember. I
Sir,
don't.
but it should be incorrect,
That's a
sir.
rational graph, sir.
Don't drape me up so bad, Clay. Not drape me up so, man.
Sir, remember me did have them confused. So you correct me the first time. So supposed to get it.
Okay, so true me correctly, no, you have it pat. Plot.
Right, sir, on point.
On point. Well, Bri, me not think it right. Me think you get it wrong. All right, since you say you have it on point, tell me what next to do. Talk to me now, man.
Well, sir.
Me still think that the first one is a basic graph for this one up here, so.
First one, sir.
The one that one up here. So me think that one at the graph up here, so for the function we'll get. Anybody with me think that this is it?
No, sir, cannot be.
No, sir, that's the square one, sir. X square.
That's a parabola.
Mm-hmm.
Take time a minute, Ava. Sure.
Okay.
Sir, man, learn.
So is this one then?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Oh, but if we just use this as an x cube, it can't be this. Oh, that means this one then. Is this one?
Second one?
Yeah,
that is your radical, sir. Yeah, use square roots.
Ava, go back in my bed. Go back in my bed, Ava. You come up bright this morning. Go back in my bed.
Say no from
know why you're confused me.
No, it's not a matter of confusing, Barclay. It's a matter of seeing how sure you are, and I am convinced that you're sure. You know what the teaching experience I got out of this a while ago? When I pointed on this one, somebody was able to unmute and said, no, sir, that is your x-squared graph, which is what I wanted. Then somebody said, when I said to this one, they said, no, sir, that's the x-cubed graph. And then I said, okay, it's this. And somebody who under them covers this morning said, sir, that's a radical graph, right? So it was a teachable moment for me just now. So let go for my shirt, man. Sure. All right. Other one here. What's the next thing to do?
Okay, sir, you're going to move.
Is it four times to the right? I'm not sure. I don't remember.
To the right, sir.
Four times to the
Is the right?
left.
Sir, what negative one more to the left or the right? I don't quite remember, sir.
All right. I love it, you know. I love it. But you see, I can do the wrong thing, you know, but I want to give you I want to use it as another teachable moment. So let me go back to Marva. Marva just asked a question a while ago. Anybody remember the response I gave you, Marva? Come unmute Marva and tell me what I said to you a while ago.
Sir, I can't explain it, sir.
What do you mean? All right. What did I say about when you have something in parentheses? What do you do?
Something about the zero.
What about the zero? Come on, Marva, you're hitting it. What about the zero?
You equal it to 0, then you find the x value.
Very good. So when I equal x plus 4 to 0, and I find the x value, what do we get?
-4, sir.
Good. And when it is -4, which side we move?
Oh. So now over there, sir.
We don't know where over there. If whoever said don't know a while ago, I take away Saturday dinner and you will starve. Marva, Ava, when you say over there, so I don't know Ava, a country come from? A country come from, you know, Ava? Oh, me gonna know over there, so tell me, up, down, left, right, talk to me.
Sir, to the right.
Sir, to the left.
Sir, to the left.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. That finish it?
No, reflect it, sir. Reflect it.
Don't know?
I think so.
Yes, sir.
All
Once
right.
I get the slide correct.
All right. A teachable moment. So even though even though Barclay, she drew up a while ago, we didn't know say she writing, but we did just want to see if the rest of only catch what she said, because she come out of the back, the thing, quick time, sir, I got this, right? Then now Marva asked me a question earlier, and I answered Marva and said, Marva, guess what? He said, anytime you see one parenthesis with something, set it equals to 0, so that you can know what the value you have talking about. If the value is positive and it is Y, you go up. If the value is negative and it's Y, you go down. If the value is positive but it's an X value, you go to the right. And if the value is negative and it is X, you move to the left. So when you get a question like this, and incidentally, congratulations for those of you who recognize that this piece here was going to be my rational function. This is for my rational function, rational ratio, see here, numerator, denominator. This is my rational function graph. This is my radical graph with the square root sign. This is my quadratic graph, and this is my cubic graph. So very good. Hear me out. You know, so I teach some calculus course, and some students don't even know how to do them something here. They must say sketch the graph. Sir, I'm going to sketch a graph. You never did do CXC maths? No, sir, I did foundation 1, 2. I said, don't say, who did teach you foundation 3? No, you, sir. I said, don't tell me a lie for me. Don't lie. Because you must be able to identify, and listen to me, those of you who are joining for the first time, and those who weren't paying me any mind last week, catch it now. Your squared graph, I was about to say x squared, but the question don't have to come as x squared. It can come as y squared and p squared and a squared. But this is your squared graph. This is your cubic graph. This is your radical graph. Radical, sir, yeah, square root. And this is your rational graph. Rational ratio. Oh, ratio, sir. Yeah. Numerator, denominator. Yeah. Same way, so. So that's very good. And then it did have a negative sign here, so we have to reflect. All right? And then now, in order for us to know where to reflect it, see here in parentheses. Now, the question that Marva asks, but sir, I'm not seeing a value for x. You see, when you don't have the parentheses and it's just x alone, it's going to be 0. Because you put in x to be 0. But when it has a parenthesis like that, you put in everything equals to 0 now and solve for x. So in order for this, because you're aiming to get this to be 0, you know. You're aiming to get this to be equals to 0. Now, in order to get this equals to 0, this value has to be -4. Because -4 plus 4 is 0. So because it is -4 that we want, in order to get the denominator to be 0, we have to move 4 units to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. And of course, it forms an asymptote at the x equal -4. See here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is an x equals -4, and it forms an asymptote at x equals -4, of course, y equals 0. You notice you don't have any y value right here, so? Because it's equals to 0. What if they had given it this? And then they said plus 3. It means I'm going to move this to 1, sure. 1, 2, 3. If all of this were present, and then I had a plus 3, that would have been my final answer. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. No, they don't have any of those like what I want. All right. Let me just do one more. You have this function with same rational function, not radical, but rational function. Bam. And two of them are R, so you have to be careful. One is radical, one is rational. But the rational one, if you don't want to get them mixed up, let's call it fractional, right? But the fractional function is a radical function, right? So if you don't want to use the two R's to get it mixed up, you can just call it fractional. All right. So this one here, you're selecting your fractional function graph, basic graph. Then it's negative, so you reflect it, so you don't forget how to do that. This is a nice shape that is formed here. This is called, in mathematics, tessellation. This is how they make, we'll call it tiles. So people who are creating tiles will use a lot of polar coordinates in maths to get those beautiful shapes. So when they put the tiles together, they get a nice little thing about come out. You know, some places are going to say a nice little star, a big star or a big circle, or you know, one of them something there. Yeah, tessellation, mathematics. All right, let's go. So what I'm going to do now, so I have selected my basic graph, I have reflected the graph. Then the last thing to do with the graph now is to set my x minus 1 equals 0. When I set x minus 1 equals 0, what's the value of x?
+1.
+1. So it means I move to the left, right? So no.
No, sir.
I move to the
No,
right.
sir, you move to the right.
I move to the right, right, because it's +1, and then I'm correct. It's not hard. It's not hard, students. Trust me. No one you trust the teacher, I know. It's when I get to the hard ones, I will tell you. Ask any student that I teach. All right, here's the plan. The one here, kind of hard, you know, but it's not impossible. So I prepare you from now to say, the one that will be tough, but come and learn it. But may I tell you the one here, there's nothing hard in this one. All right, I'm moving from here, so. Any questions as I move? Oh, come on, Mr. Shandy, keep doing that. Any questions as I move? Want to talk to me, you know?
Sir.
Yes, Papa.
Me want you look past something like this man me there try to do some sir. Me tell you God me there struggle. Let me taking a picture of it. All right. The question was why it is the vertex of the parabola trajectory. It is y equals -1 over 12 x squared plus 2x plus 4. Even though it showed me the working out, sir, me tell you the truth, me never understand that at all.
All right, hold on, Papa, hold on. Last week I did ask a question. How can I make the class more interactive? One person says, sir, you need to write more. Ouch. And this is just like how I want you to do what I want you to do. I am going to grant you what it is that you're asking of me. Let me stop share right here. 1 minute. Forgive me. Stop share. Ouch. I'm just trying to connect some stuff here, so just be around with me. All right, and now I need to get my pen. There's nothing is right here. All right. All right. So look at this here now. Oh, I'm not sharing it. Are you seeing the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So look at this here now. No, not you to look at it. Jerome, was it you who was saying something to me earlier?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead now with what it is that you're saying.
All right, sir. I book up on a question, sir. Even though it showed me the solution, sir, me never understand it. The thing is y equals -1 over 12 x squared plus 2x plus 4.
Okay.
And it asks to find the maximum height. Now if I know how to work it out, sir, I don't know which one of them would have be height or what would have been the height. But although I'm looking at the working out, sir, I still not understand it.
Okay. All right. It's not an issue. And thank you for that question. It really isn't an issue. It is asking for the maximum height. Now, I'm going to draw something here on screen, and I want you to look at it. So this here is going to give me my maximum height. All right? This is like me. No, not me. That's Jerome. All right? So Jerome is playing with a tennis ball. So Jerome has a tennis ball right here. Jerome bounces the ball, and the ball is moving in a direction like this. And the ball gets to its maximum amplitude, its maximum height. So it loses energy from here. So instead of going up now, it can't go any further up because it don't have enough energy to take it up. So what needs to happen is that it has to go down. It has to now go down. So in going down, this is what is happening until the ball comes back to rest. So the graph that is being plotted, let me go with thicker thing. The graph that is being plotted is going to be this graph. The ball going up, the ball going up, the ball going up, the ball going up until it reaches its maximum. Then the ball loses energy, the ball comes down, it goes down until the ball is at rest. The ball can't go any further because the ball is now at rest. All right? Now, so this is what is happening. It wants us to find the maximum height. The maximum height, this graph here is a, by the way, let me ask you, what kind of graph is that? I just did it with you. What kind of graph is that?
Parabola, sir.
Don't say parabola yet.
Oh,
Square.
No.
Rational, sir.
Very good. It's rational, right? How you know that it's rational? Because it has some fraction in it. Everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
so how you know it's rational? Because it's A over B. But in that rational function, you're going to have a parabola. How you know, sir? Because of the x squared. Inside of the rice and peas, you're going to have milk. So if you're lactose intolerant, chances are you can't drink the milk because, okay, you may not use rice and peas, but in porridge, if you're lactose intolerant, you can say, here the plan, I can't take milk. Oh, I'm sorry, I use evap or cow's milk or condensed milk, so we can't do it. So next time, just tell me before so we can use soy in yours. Or don't use a milk, period. And then we just sell you unsweetened. So inside of this rational function A over B, which is a fraction, I'm going to have my quadratic. So what I'm going to be doing is, and it asks you to sketch a graph. This is going to take a while, but I'm going to do it nonetheless because I want to see what is happening. So what I'm going to have, so now I'm going to be solving 12x squared plus 2x plus 4. I'm going to say H, where A is equals to 12, B is equals to 2, and C equals 4. H is equals to B over 2A. So H is going to be equals to B, which is 2 over 2A, but A is 12, so it's 2 times 12. So H is going to be, then 2 here cancel, so H is going to be 112. That's the value of H. And then now, K is going to be equals to C minus B squared over 4A. So that gives me C, which is 4, minus B squared, which is 2 squares over 4 times A, 4 times 12. So K is equals to 4 minus 2 squares is 4 over 4 times 12. The 4 here cancel the 4 here. So what I now have is K is equals to 4 minus 112. So K is going to be equals to 3 and 11/12. That's the value of my K. That's the value of my H. What I now have is in the form A open bracket X plus H all squares plus K. I will now have A is 12 open bracket X plus 1/12 all squares plus K, which is going to be plus 3 and 11/12. So this is in the form of my A open bracket X plus H all squared plus K, right? Now, what is happening when I plot this graph? When I plot this graph, because I have something that is positive, it's going to give me a U. But if you look at the original question said negative. Negative, this is the negative, N-E-G-A-T-I-V-E. You see the big N? Anybody, somebody?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's going to be negative. So when I do this graph now, I don't know what answers you're seeing, Jerome, but when you do the graph, the maximum here is going to be 3 and 11/12. What did you get for the answer? What did they give you for the answer?
Sir, 16 then give me, sir. I don't know they get that, you know.
15?
16. All right, let me tell you how
No. Did you give me the correct question? 12x squared plus 2x plus 4?
Hold on, let me 12. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are they correct? What negative 1 over 12 x squared plus 2x plus 4. So let me tell you how I see them work it out here, sir. You see where it's maximum height equals 4AC minus B squared over 4A. And that is equal to 4 times negative 1 over 12 times 4 minus 2 squared over 4 times negative 1 over 12. And then when it work out that it give negative 4 over 3 minus 4 over 1 negative 1 over 3. And then work that out to be negative 16 over 3 times 3 over negative 1 equals 6. So sir, that you really have me.
All right. And where did you see this on Edico?
Yes, sir.
Can you find it right now and share your screen? Let me look at it.
I'm on the all right. Let me see. I'm using my phone. Let me see if I can share the screen from my phone.
No problem. Find it first before you share your screen. We don't want to see your pictures then. So find it first.
Yes, sir.
And then you share it after. All right. But in essence, though, this is an example of it. So here is going to give you the maximum height. That's the maximum height of the trajectory or the ball or whatever it is. So you can only speak about maximum height when you have a negative function. And you have a negative function, and that negative function is going to come across with the negative sign, y equals negative 1 over all of that. So when you complete the squares and you can sketch the graph of that function, when you sketch the graph of that function, the maximum height is right there where it's negative. Ouch. All right. All right. So while he works on, while he tries to find that,
Sir, may I have a picture already, sir? I just show you.
yeah, the picture. Okay, send a picture. Send a picture in. Send a picture to me in WhatsApp so I can project it.
All right, no problem, sir. Send it in the group, sir.
Mm-hmm. Jerome.
Yes, sir.
You gave me the wrong question. That's why I asked you if you sure the question is correct. All right, so that's a question that Jerome sent. That's a question that he sent. What question did I work?
Rationale.
Yeah, I worked the question as negative 1 over 12x squared. Didn't he say 12x squared plus 2x plus 4?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I never say correct then, sir. My apologies.
Yes, sir.
My apologies.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying to you, you said it's 1 over, and you said that the thing was 12x squared plus 2x plus 4. So what I worked was 12x squared plus 2x plus 4. What I should have worked is 1/12, negative 1/12 x squared plus 2x plus 4. So let's go through that now. So that's a different question from what we just worked a while ago. All right. Never mind, Papa. You're going to see that the smallest thing makes a difference in how we do our calculations. So now you see me write for you again. And I really hope that this is beneficial to the rest of you. So now I'm evaluating. So what I'm doing, I'm now writing negative 1/12 x squared plus 2x plus 4. All right, and I'm going to do that in a form a open bracket x plus h all squares plus k. All right, so now my h is going to be equals to b over 2a. So remember now, when we're doing a question like this, my a is going to be equals to negative 112. My b is equals to 2, and my c is equals to 4. My c is equals to 4. Whenever I have multiple pages, I find that these things happen. Let me just stop sharing and just clear the other pages. All right, it's supposed to be okay now. All right. So b is going to be equal to, much better, 2 over 2 times negative 112. These two cancel, so I'm going to have 1 over negative 112. Now, in order for me, and I want you to watch this carefully, and again, put this division sign long out so. In order for me to rationalize, this is foundation 2, you know, but again, go over here. So in order to rationalize, I'm going to multiply down here so by negative 12. And then I will multiply up here so also by negative 12. So when I do this negative 12 over negative 12, it's as if I am multiplying by 1, right? 1 is known as a multiplicative identity. So it really not going to change nothing. So by negative 12, because when I multiply these two negative numbers, the one here and the one here, I will get a positive number, right? And the reciprocal of 12 is 112. So the denominator here works out to be equals to 1. The denominator here works out to be 1, and the numerator is 1 times 12, 12. So all of this here now, all of this fraction here for h works out to be negative 12. All of the fraction for h works out to be negative 12. All right, that's h. And incidentally, yeah, so h is equal to 12. So that's h. Now, let me go through with the rest of the question now to find k. K is going to be equal to c minus b squared over 4 times a. C is 4 minus b is 2, so that's 2 squares over 4 times a, but a is negative 112. A is negative 112. Yeah. So what I'm going to have is that works out to be 4 over 1 minus 4 over, what is 4 times 112? When you have a fraction being multiplied by a whole number, best believe that you can put the whole number over 1, because every whole number can be written as a rational number just by putting it over 1. So I'm going to have now 4 times negative 1 is negative 4. So I'm going to have negative 4 over here, so, and 1 times 12 is 12. So I'm going to have 12 down here, so I'm going to have negative 4 over 12. 4 into itself goes 1 time, 4 into 12 goes 3 times. So this fraction now is simplified so far to be 4 over 1 minus 4 over negative 1/3. But when I'm dividing two negative numbers, becomes positive. It becomes positive, right? So, continuing with the story, I'm now going to have this to be 4/1 plus 4/1/3. But the same thing I did up here, re-rationalization, I am going to do the same thing down here by multiplying down here so by 3 and up here so by 3. Why, sir? Because I'm multiplying by the reciprocal of 1/3. The reciprocal of 1/3 is 3. So when I multiply these two together, I'm going to end up with 1. So what I'm going to end up with now in its entirety now is 4/1 plus 4 times 3, which is the same thing as 4 plus 12. And 4 plus 12 equals 16. So K is equals to 16. That's my amplitude. So the height is going to be 16, which is my answer. Talk to me, sir.
So if you can save that answer in a group, I'd be grateful.
No problem. Not only that I'll save it in the group, but when the recording comes, you'll see it also in my shared screen. But I'll send it off nonetheless. Right? So let me stop share. Stop share. 1 minute. I just need to. Okay. So let me go back to this question here now. So even though sir taught you how to complete the squares, which is what I have been doing, which is what I did all of last week, and which is what I started off with the class today. Here the question. The question never asks you to complete the squares. They are giving you a question now on application. On application. Put it this way. The question now asks if I identify chicken when you go into the stores. The question is now going to ask you, how many different ways can you prepare chicken? So I'm going to ask you to cut that chicken in quarters. And I want you to prepare the chicken in 4 different ways. You better know, because you only fry chicken alone, you know, for the you kind of dark. All squared plus K. K. Go ahead.
Sir, wasn't here.
Say it again, Krishna.
Wasn't here, sir. For seconds.
You hear me now? Were the others hearing me?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. Let me just check to see which am I using. I'm not using the data. I'm using Wi-Fi. Okay. Which one am I using here? No internet access. Okay. Anyway, the screen that I'm using says I have that. All right. Are you hearing me now? Importantly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I was saying earlier is, if you go, Krishna, to the supermarket to buy chicken, the man may say, okay, buy a chicken. You're going to go home, you're going to prepare the chicken, but you're going to cut the chicken in quarters. Each quarter is to be prepared in a different form. Now, what I was saying to you is, if you only know how to fry the chicken, you can't dark. But somebody else who know to fry and barbie fry and jerk and stew and curry and steak isn't a better thing because they can just choose any 4 options they want. All right? So what I'm saying to you, the question did not come out specifically to say fry the chicken. The question never come out specifically to say complete the squares. The question is giving you an application. What is the application? It says maximum height is y is the y coordinate of the, oh no, sorry, this is a solution. He gave me the solution of the question instead of the question itself. But the question read y is equals to negative 1/12 x squared plus 2x plus 4. The error in communicating the question, or maybe it is how I read it, would have been negative 1 over 12x squared plus 2x plus 4, which is a different question from what was originally given. So that's why I got 3 and 11/12 for my answer. Him says, sir, and that them get 16. Make me feel shame, let me not know if I do maths. So I said, no man, show me the question. When I look at the question, the first thing that pops out at me is, oh, that negative 1 does not belong to the positive 2x and the positive 4. It belongs only to the 12. It belongs only to the 12. So therefore, when you redo the question, and I did say that Educasoft and YouTube gives you the formula that says 4AC minus B squared over 4A. Everybody see that on the screen where it says maximum height?
Yes, sir.
I reduced that formula and I gave you a formula that I want you to use. I don't want you to use a formula with this up. My K, which is the maximum height, is C minus B squared over 4A. C minus B squared over 4A. You use it this way, you have too much calculation for those. So I simplify the formula for you, and that's why I gave you the K formula to be C minus B squared over 4A. And if you look at it, let me just explain that both formulas are the same. If you look at it, you will see where, is it that 4A in the denominator? Talk to me.
Yes, sir.
It governs both the 4AC as well as the B squared. It governs both of them. It governs both of them. So if I want to separate that, I could separate it as 4AC over 4A and minus B squared over 4A. Now if I have 4AC over 4A, that is only C alone. And then a minus B squared over 4A will remain as minus B squared over 4A. So what I'm going to have is C minus B squared over 4A, which is my formula that I use. I've always used that formula. Why, sir? Because I don't have that 4A to grapple with in my calculation. Less calculation for me. So the point is, earlier in the class, I said to you that I'm looking at the Y-intercept. And that K gives you the Y value of the intercept. Sir, how you know that again? So that the Y-intercept is found when X is equal to 0. And when I have my A open bracket X plus H all squared plus K, when I make whatsoever in my parentheses equals to 0, I'm now left with a Y value, which is either going to give me my minimum point or a maximum point. Hey, for those of you who did calculus before, would have heard about maximum point and minimum point. So a maximum point can only be achieved when you have an N. And a minimum point can only be achieved when you have a U. So a minimum curve is when you have your X squared, which look like one U. And your maximum curve is going to be something that look like one N. Remember that, you know? Because whether or not I teach you business calculus or calculus 1 or calculus 2, your other calculus lecture is going to come back and say the same thing. So when you have an N, it's a maximum. We can talk about the maximum height reached. And I was able to give Jerome an example to say, how can you calculate the maximum height? You can take a tennis ball, a table tennis ball even. And when you drop that table tennis ball, that height that it gives you, the maximum point that it goes will be the maximum height of the graph of the ball. But the ball is going to go up, 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 up until it reaches its maximum point. There is no more kinetic energy in that ball. Kinetic energy dead. You know, like when you run a race and you can't go no further, you're dead. You know, like when you you study and you can't go no more and you say this is it and you lock up the light, you reach your maximum point. You know, when in an exam and you can't do nothing more, it don't make no sense, you just sit down and waste time. That's the maximum point. And after that, you will go down. So when you finish the exam and you can't do nothing more, the next thing you do, you know, is go lay down and sleep. Because if you're like me, when me go blank in the exam and me see people that write, me feel special. Like we never sit in the same class or do the same course. Because we don't know where them are right time, you can't find nothing more to write. So for me, I'm ready, I give my paper and I cut. It doesn't mean that I fail the course. It means that the man will write his name several times and you don't know. So don't watch that. Stay in your lane. Do what you can do, move on. All right? And then now when I do my stuff, I'm going to end up doing the calculation like I showed you here and end up with the same 16. So this one here, I didn't see the question originally, but the question would have said something about feet. So that's why they said 16 feet. All right? So it is talking about the trajectory of the thing. How far up is something going to go? Mathematics. So it's completing the squares. So even though I may not have given you a worded question relating to this, the fact remains that you are able to do this because you were taught the topic on completing the squares. Can anybody agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Bless up. Shall we move?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. And this is what I like. I mean, I love when I come to class and students can say, sir, me that do some work and me get stuck. Show me the work. Prove it. Make me come and say, no, man, we don't make no sense. Oh, yeah, very good. Yeah, you don't need no help, man. You're on the right track. But it's important that you, I need to check to see if she's there. It's important that you work with teacher here. Very important. Very nice. All right. Where was teacher now? Teacher was, let me just check something here on my roster. Latoya, can you unmute for me, please?
Yes, sir.
May I have your email address, please?
Latoya.brown42.
Okay, thank you. You know, I spell your name Latoya. No, I can't tell you anything, but I never went to good school. Latoya dot, no, Latoya Brown dot Brown 42. Is there anybody else in the class that is not yet on Edicosoft?
Me, sir. One second, can I talk to you at the end of the class?
Sure, but you want to give me the information now since I'm in this thing now? Just give me your first part, first name, last name, and the number.
Brittany.Foskin 15.
No, but Brittany, you were there before, you know, but anyhow, Brittany?
Yes, sir. Brittany. Yes.
Brittany, Brittany who? Dot who?
Foskin, Foskin 15.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna add you to the system, and the system is gonna kick me out. Brittany because Foskin, because I remember. Okay. You were there before and I was calling up on you and I didn't hear from you, so I dropped you from the class because I saw you on the stuff. All right, so yourself and Latoya are now registered. Is there anybody else in the class that was not there, that's here and not on the system?
Kevin T. Harris.
Kevin who?
Devontae Harris.
Yeah, Kevontae Harris.
And the number is 65.
Okay. So that's Kevontae.
No, sir. Kevante.
Kevante. Kevante.
Yes, sir.
What's your last name, Papa?
Harris.
Harris. Harris. And the number is up to again?
65.
55.
No, 65. 65.
Yeah, boy, you know your ID number at my.ecc.edu.jm. Don't do this to me now. Kevante Harris. Is there anyone else going once, going twice? Is there anyone else in the class? You're no added Kevante. All right, good. So that is done. Let me see if I can go back. Where was I? Okay. So, are there any questions? Are there any questions to what it is that we've been doing? Talk to me. I really want to hear from you. Talk to me now.
Things are much clearer, sir.
Things are much clearer.
We're good so far, sir. We're good so far.
Nice, nice, nice. All right. I am finishing off this. I'm finishing off this section, you know. I'm putting my notations for the things that I have done. And I am finishing off this. Finishing off this section. All right, let me just do one of these based on what Sir Jerome asked about earlier. Let me share my screen. All right, do me a favor. I am talkie. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to attempt this question for me. Give you 5 minutes to attempt this question. Let me ask you one question though before you go. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you look at the question? What's the first thing that comes to mind? Don't read it, you know. Just look at the question and tell me what's the first thing that comes to mind.
The x square thingy there, sir.
What x square thingy?
See that, sir? No quadratic. Look this up.
But what's the first thing that comes to mind when you see it? Talk to me now.
Speed, velocity, stuff like that.
Yeah, but something more than that supposed to come to you, Krishna. Thanks, Krishna, for putting the WhatsApp link in the group. Appreciate it. For those of you who are not part of the group, please just go to the chat now and link there and click on the link, please, so that you can be added to the group. What's the first thing that comes to mind or should come to mind?
A formula, sir. A bracket.
Thank you very much. Open bracket x plus h all squared plus k, don't.
Yes, sir.
Good. And what a formula tell you supposed to do? That is completing the squares. So the truth of the matter is, one of the things that I want you to recognize, if this is what Sir has been teaching you for the last couple of weeks, and I'm going to move on soon, and you see a question like that, the first thing that should come to mind is completing the squares. Okay, velocity. Sir never teaching about no velocity. Where am I going with that question here? A bullet is shot upwards with an initial velocity of 100 feet per second from a point 35 feet above the ground, and its height above the ground is t, and it's given by the formula h of t is equals to r of that. How high will the bullet go? If you know that, how will it will take? Sir never teaching this. Not true. So you need the first thing that you need to do. You know what? I'm going to complete the squares. Let me complete the squares and see what happens. So go ahead for me right about now and complete the squares for me, please. All of you, go ahead and complete the squares for me. I'm giving you 5 minutes. It's all generous. 5 minutes.
Sir, can I put my answer in the group?
You can, and then know the others when they get it, we'll see whether or not you're right or wrong. So you can go ahead.
Or send it to you. The answer.
No, man, put it in the group. Put it in the group. Always stay. Talk to me now.
Sir, still working, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes, please.
I put the answer in the chat, sir. Oh, it's correct.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. um, can I stop share on this on the screen a minute, please? But I know you should all have the question.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Why? If this answer not right, that means that well, no. So go back to foundation one because almost everybody gave me the same answer. So if this answer not right, I'm going sending it back to foundation one. I love it though. What I like is I'm not interested in right answer, right or wrong. It's just the attempt that you're making and the learning experience that you're getting from it. Very important. All right, so and also what I'm seeing is that some people are using method 1, some using method 2. It doesn't matter to me which method you use. Use the one that you're most comfortable with. All right? Very nice. Anybody got that? -2 for H?
Yes, sir, I got that.
Good job. Very nice.
I'm stuck at that one that you're doing now. I got 135.
You got 135. So why do you think it's stuck? All right, look at how I'm going to do this one. I'm going to call this 100 times 100 over -100. There's a reason I do it like that. Because when I do 100 square, I'm going to get 10,000. I don't want to do it like that. So this cancels this, and these two signs come together. Becomes 35 plus 100 is equal to 135. So therefore, K is equal to 135. So this is what I saw in the group, convincingly. So,
First time right.
Yeah, that's right. -25 open bracket x minus 2 all squares plus 135. All right. So this is our f of x, same difference. So this is the general stuff that I'm getting. Well, that I would get from completing the squares. Now remember, I said to you, once you see the parentheses and you're trying to find the vertex or the turning point, you can set that equals to 0. So I'm going to let x minus 2 be equals to 0, which implies x is equals to 2. Different from the minus 2 you get. So your coordinate is going to be 2, 135. Sir, me to put -2. No, the -2 goes in here, so that's where the -2 goes. So in order for you to get the value of x, now you have to go ahead and do your other calculations, like I showed you just now, to get your 2, -135. All right, no. Any questions re my calculation? Is this anything different from how I would have taught you?
Sir.
Yeah.
Why you get that -2 there? Why you get a 2 to be negative?
Because I have a -25.
Oh, never mind. Me see it, sir. Never mind. Sorry. Me see it, sir. My apologies.
Yeah, man. Are there any other questions, guys? Talk to me. Háblame.
Sir, the working out that I did, I used the long way, which is the 10,000, right? When
No problem.
Yeah, right.
No problem. 10 ways to skin a cat. Some people may say 11. or 12, which many number of ways. But very good. Any questions from the rest of you? Speak up now, guys. I want you to talk to me, please. Talk to me, no man. Háblame en inglés. Háblame. Okay. So I'm going to stop share right here. And I'm going to go back to this other device and I'm going to share something from the other device. Now, so having done the calculation, we need to know where to put the stuff. It says, how high will the bullet go? How high will the bullet go?
135 feet, sir.
135 feet, sir.
135 feet? I don't know. I disagree, but when I say 135, so I put it there. How long will it take the bullet to reach 135 feet?
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Oh, the right. How high would the bullet go? Oh, but sir, remember you just a while ago, you know, that when you plot the graph, can I write on this? No, it's not going to write on this. When I plot the graph is going to look like an N because this is a negative sign in front of t squares. And you understand why I know I said to you that I can't say x squared? Because if I say x squared, it means that because it's t, we wonder where t come from. So it is a square term. So this graph, and I plot this graph, that graph will look like an N. N for negative. So how you know it's negative again? See to the negative sign that is right here. So it means then that the maximum height is going to correspond to the y-axis, similar to what Jerome asked earlier that I worked out. So it's going to be the 135 because that's the y value. The x value, remember the x value tells you how long the bullet will reach. How you know that, sir? A bullet is shot upwards with an initial velocity of 100 feet per second. Feet per second. Velocity distance over time. And distance can be in terms of height also. Distance over time. That's what it means. Feet per second, distance over time. From a point 35 feet above the ground. See the 35 feet here, so same start 35 feet above the ground. That's the constant. And its height above the ground is t at time t. At time t is given by the function. So when you get your constant, which is going to be your 135, will be the height, the trajectory, the maximum point, the amplitude. These are all words that they use to ask you to do the stuff of the what is this? Of the bullet. That should be the height of the bullet. Any questions? I would love if you answer me when I ask a question, so like seriously.
No questions.
No questions, sir.
Yeah, but if you don't have none, say no questions. Let me tell you one secret. I'm teaching way too long to know that there's somebody in the class who don't understand now thing that I'm doing. But them not answer because them don't want nobody thinks of them special. I don't use that D word, so that's why I don't call it. Teaching way too long.
Sorry, I know you're right, sir, but guess what? Not me this time.
Well, clear enough, because you got the 135 and exclaim, say, we get it right, which is a good feeling. Right? So I'm saying to you, if you're not understanding, yours is the responsibility to say, sir, run that again. Now see it, sir. Not understand what is happening. All right. All right, so let me just go ahead, please, dearest. Alion, you sound like you're talking to me from in the deepest part of the ocean. Start again. I hear you, but it sounds like a grandma. It sounds like water is in the. Okay. All right. Talk. The rest of you listen clearly so you can help me translate. Go ahead, honey.
So I was saying that I understand how to work it, sir, but what I didn't get was that we got -2 for H, sir, but we put a +2 for the answer. That's the only thing I was questioning.
All right, no problem. I think I get you. You say that you understand everything. It's just that when you get your value for H, you got -2. And then when you put the something in the something, you see me just magically drop out the negative sign. All right, no problem. Anybody want to take on that one for me? Marva, come. I explained to you this morning. Come, Marva. This is the second time I'm calling for you for the explanation. So you can't leave my class today, Marva, and not know this. Come, Marva, go. Talk to teacher. Alion don't understand why it becomes a positive. Tell her for me, please. Look, Marva.
You didn't tell me why it was a positive. You tell me.
I know, Jesus. I know. I sure did. In my explanation to you this morning, I did. All right. I got Ava or Sabrine. Come, talk to me. Because both of you came in when I called up on Marva the other time.
So it's the same thing we're talking about the in parentheses.
In parentheses.
In parentheses. So
good.
Like
yeah.
X equal to 0, you find X.
Yeah. Good.
So that's why in interversity you get the +2.
Yeah. Your Sunday soup got taste nicer because you were listening. Thank you. So Ali, what Barclay is saying is that whenever you see something in parentheses, you notice I had to write it in the form A open bracket X plus H all squared plus K. So I got me my -25 open bracket X -2 all squares plus 135. Whenever I have my parentheses like that, I'm always going to be setting it equals to 0. Always going to be setting it equals to 0. So I'm going to say, let X -2 equals 0. And then I'm going to solve for that value of X that makes that section equals 0. So I'm going to say X -2 equals 0. And I'm going to add 2 to both sides. So when I add 2 to both sides, I'm going to get X equals +2. I'm going to get X to be equals +2. Now, when X is +2, it makes my value right there goes to 0. I need it to go to 0 so that I can calculate the Y-intercept. Now, when calculating the Y-intercept, when X equals 0 right there, so when I put in +2, it makes the function goes to 135. So I can tell you that when X is equal to 0, my height is going to be at 135. I'm going to experience my maximum height at that point when X equals 2. So at time t equals 2 seconds, That's when I'll experience my maximum height. Ali, you see it? Huh? No, that not answer my question. Me ask if you see it, I can say this thing.
Sir,
Uh-huh.
you still have been working out that you did? You could show her the last part. I think that will help.
This piece of friends I must show you, so I'm going to show you. Where am I now? Spotlighting. This is a piece we're talking about. So we look at x to be equals to -2 right here. So you write it in the form a. See here, a is -25. A open bracket x plus h, but h is -2, or squared plus k. The piece here is in parentheses. So in order for you to find the y value, the intercept, x must be equal to 0. But x is not x alone. X is x minus 2. So you're going to set x minus 2 to be equal to 0, see here? That's why I put let x minus 2 equal 0. That's why I put let x minus 2 equal 0. And when x minus 2 equals 0 right here, so I'm going to get x to be equal to +2. How you know that, sir? We're adding 2 to both sides. So 2 minus 2 is 0, and 0 plus 2 is 2. So we have x equals 2. Now, all right, Ali, you see it now?
Yes, sir, I'm following.
Yeah, but we don't want you just follow. Do you understand it now, honey? All right, cool. So every time you get the question and you're writing it in the vertex form, look back in the WhatsApp group, or incidentally, there are 3 students who were added to the WhatsApp group today. That handout that I sent previously, did I send you a handout? Yeah, man, the one that I used last week. Can just recirculate it in the group for me, somebody, anybody, and thank you, please, so that the ones who just joined can see it. So when you look at that handout, the first one I sent to you in the group, you see, that's how I end up getting all my vertices. So if you go through that, you'll see that's how I calculate the vertex in each question. Setting what is in my parentheses equals to 0, twerk it, rate it, and get the answer. Thank you. All right, so I need to correct something now. So in the chat, Cameron and Barclay were the only 2 that wrote my answer correctly. I mean, I know about here, come talk about correction 125. I'm going to clap you. You try to make sure you're trying to get.
Sir, at the number on the paper, I was working it out in my head, and then I wrote a number on the paper, realized I got the 25, but when I look back, I realized it's supposed to be 35, so I got confused.
It's all right. You did another
confusion, sir. Sorry.
You did another taste as nice. Osh, another taste as nice. All right, let's go. So Barclay and Cameron are the only 2 who wrote my answer correctly. I'm happy for Marva and Tamara and Krishna. Jerome, not too bad. The first one was off. The one that he put in parentheses is not bad, because that's why I have mine, right? So 3 of them. So 3 of you in the class right there. So I don't want anybody just to write 2, 135. It must be placed in parentheses. It must be placed in parentheses.
Sir, when you put the answer, you don't need to put it in parentheses, sir. That's why I said it like that.
Oh, but when you write it on paper like what me have it, it must go in parentheses here, because on Edicasoft, if you look on the outside of where they put the answer is, you'll see a parentheses, open and close parentheses.
Oh, okay.
So you may not have to put it in the answer because the parentheses is already there for you. So next you go back, look to see if you see the parentheses on the outside.
Okay, sir.
And it's important because what that is saying is a coordinate. When I sketch that graph, that coordinate is saying when x is equals to 2, y is going to correspond to 135. So it's a specific way to write it. So if when you go back, look at it and then come back to me next week and tell me, say, sir, yeah, it's true. I see the open and close parentheses on the outside of where I put in my answer. Or you come back and say, no, sir, I don't see it. But I guarantee that it's there.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, man, no problem, Antoine. All right. How do you feel? There you go again.
Okay, sir.
Mm-hmm. What can you say, son? Marva, was that you a while ago or Tommy?
Me, sir.
Me who? Tommy?
Marva.
Marva?
Yes, sir.
Me not like that. Me not like that. Okay, sir. Like you have the word on your head and you just dying to get rid of me at 11:30. Me don't like it.
Sir, I'm just tired, sir.
Never mind, sweetheart. I know exactly where you are. So am I. This has been a rough week. Rough week for preparations for my class, including today's class. And following today's class, I have another class at 1 o'clock. All right? Trust me. Has been a rough week. And trust me, when this class finishes, I'm going to do road to come back for the 1 o'clock. Alrighty. Son, you are coming in a while ago. Somebody's just coming in.
Shakil, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I'm doing one similar to what you have on the screen right now.
Mm.
And all right. Switch, so we'll switch 25 to 20 and 35 to 30, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I use your working out and I follow the steps, right? But then I got to where k is, where k equals, with the power it says b squared over 4a.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have 30 take away 100 squared over 4 take away negative 20.
Times negative 20.
Yeah, sorry. Times negative 20.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I go down now, where you have the 35 versus, sorry, the 35 take away the 100, open bracket, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of stuck right at that place right there.
You stuck right here, sir?
Yes, sir. Because the bottom number, because it's not like 25 where it becomes 100 same way, it becomes.
Oh, so you're stuck because of the fraction?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, man, you must, ouch, you must tell me the truth, man. So, sir, I don't know how to do fractions. All right, you're not alone, Shakil. Do you have a natural display calculator?
It's not on me currently, no.
Yeah, man, always work with one here because it helps you in evaluating the fractions.
Yes, sir.
So, so you would have, where I have 35, you'd have 30 right here, so.
Yes, sir.
Minus 10,000 over negative 80. Don't.
10,000, sir?
Yeah, so you still have, you know what I say, change 100, so you still have the 100 square.
Yeah. So
you only tell me, so where may have 25, you put 20, and where may have 35, you put 30.
Yeah, I meant to say that I open up the 100 square.
You what?
Broke it into the 100 and open bracket 100 close bracket.
Yeah, like this.
Right there, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but when you multiply 100 by 100, what you get?
Oh. Just
10,000. Yeah, you get the same 10,000. You need to load in some tea. All right, so 10,000. Or maybe ask them if you eat some more sausage and cabbage. 10,000. So you can have 30 minus 10,000 over negative 80. So you technically have 30 plus 10,000 over 80. So when you do your division, you won't get 10,000 divided by 80 may work out, you know, because it's multiples of 4. 10,000 divided by 80. Yeah, man, you should get 125. See, we have 20 plus 125. So you're gonna get 145.
145. Interesting.
Hmm?
Yeah, after add up the 20 and the 125.
Yeah, man. So it's still work.
Yeah, the funny thing about that, right, sir? Is that on Edicasoft, it says the answer is 155.
Oh, when you did, because Edica gave you the same values like this?
Yes, sir.
And Edica said 155?
Yeah, different working out, but yeah.
And the function was negative 20t plus 100t plus 30?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's a clear error then. If you see, I have to ask the question carefully, you know, because
things like this often happens before. I don't understand why, but yeah.
I'm not get that. Because I want to set negative 10. You see what I was saying to you, Krishna? Watch me, Papa. You see, it's always written in parentheses. No, Krishna, you know. I'm not Krishna, I'm supposed to say. Antoine. You see, it's always written in parentheses. Oh, sorry. Oh, you're not seeing the stuff.
It's me, no, sir.
Yeah, you're supposed to see my screen now. Sorry. Shakil, let me go back to you first, Shakil. It's not this question, Shakil. Because this question is negative 10, you know.
No, sir. It's 20.
Okay.
I'll take a screenshot and send it into you.
Please and thanks. Oh no. Antoine, I think it's you asked me the question. I don't think it's Krishna. You remember saying to you that it has to be in parentheses?
It's me, sir. It's me.
It's you, Krishna. Osh. Antoine, sit on the metal light on him and don't say not me, sir. All right, Krishna. Yeah. So you see what I'm saying to you, Papa, that it has to be in parentheses?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, because this is saying that this is corresponding to, in this case, my t value, and this case is going to be my y value, which is going to be my feet, right? And this is what I'm saying to you. So the vertex is going to be up here. So this is going to be the height. See h here?
Yes.
Sorry. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing? Oh Lord.
Not seeing the cursor.
You're not seeing the cursor. You know, I'm using this other system, Lord, and I can't even switch to that at this stage. But anyway,
I know.
Right, but if you look where A is on the graph to the right, where you see that round red circle, that line that comes all the way down is going to be the height of it. And under the bottom, under 30, where you see T, that's the time it takes to get this maximum height of 280 for this question. So T is going to be 5 seconds. So it takes 5 seconds for it to reach a height of 280. Can you interpret that graph that you're seeing right there? To the right?
Over here.
Somebody talk to me now. Hello. No, listen to me.
Yeah.
I hear you now. When I make the sleeper, come on. I feel. AMG, unmute and talk to me.
Yes, sir.
Me not understand. You not talk to me the whole of last week, and then you plan for come to class today for not talk to me again with the whole of class time. Not nice. Do you understand what is happening?
I'm trying to, sir.
Not the answer I'm expecting. Because when it's a trying to, it means that there's something you're not seeing, and you haven't told me that you're not understanding. So the answer I was expecting is that, yes, sir, understanding. All right, so you need to let me know what it is that you're not. Yeah.
I just realized something.
Yes, Shaki.
It is I think you mix up. It's not 20. Yeah, it's 30. It's 20. I got the 145.
I mix up something?
Yeah, no, I believe when I was describing it and saying for the what's that A, which is the 30, yeah, would have been a 20.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it should have been 30. So I believe that's my bad.
Oh yeah, man, it's your bad. So because it's your bad because you told me negative 20, but you're now saying that it's supposed to be negative 30, and we have the 30 supposed to be 20.
Yeah, my mistake.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So you see, it comes back again to the same thing that Jerome did earlier. So when you the smallest thing that you do, which is why I said to you a while ago, I need to look at the question. So this is why I came to this one here that is on the screen now, just to look to see that we are where we are, right? Because it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. All right. So we can go through these questions, guys. The solutions are here to help you. The solutions are here to help you. I come to class and I teach you the topic. And I ask if there are any questions, and some of you don't answer me. Maybe that's why my work is not moving, but I'm closing out today again.
Sir, close out at midnight. I'm going to start some work today, yeah?
Okay, I hear you. I don't know if that is possible with my system, but and remember, guys, just the United States is an hour ahead of us. So when I say 10:59, it is 11:59 in America. All right. So when I say 10:59, if you go on at 11 o'clock, thinking that you still have some time to do it, the system will close up because they are an hour ahead of us. It's an American-based system.
Yes, sir. That caught me before.
Okay. Okay.
Which one, sir, you're going to? Which one, sir, you're going to close, and what time will you be closing?
Why don't you just do a series of them? Suppose I say I'm going to close at the next.
I plan to, sir. I plan to Sunday, Saturday, and Sunday.
All right. Let me just look at the.
Because it's only Saturday, Sunday, and Friday. I have time to do work on it.
Let me look. Assessments. I'm at 4.3. Where am I at? All right, so I want to share the screen with you. I want to share the screen with you to let you see what I'm doing. Share. All right, so my share screen here. Oh, come on, that's not what I want. My share screen here. These little ticks that I put here is what I use to tell me that I have gone through the stuff with you. So this is what I did. Up here is what I did on last week. I did some things in this today. Like, anybody remember that question that we did?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
somebody said no? So we did questions like these. So what I normally do is to tick these, and we did the sexy graph, the XQ graph with the -4, it goes down. So when I do things like these, I normally, we did a question like that before we send it. I tick these. So when I tick these, it tells me, it reminds me what areas I've already done on Edico. All right, and that's just for my purpose. Now, I don't want to do that part yet, so I don't do that. Other than even functions, I don't want to do that part yet. These stuff is stuff for you to read. It's not for me to go and tell you other even. This is stuff that you can read on your own. What are odd functions, what are even functions. So I'm not doing these stuff. You can do that. I'm not doing these. You can read that and understand that, right? This one up here, 3.2, sum of squares. I've already done that. I did that last couple of weeks. That's what I sent the handout on. Don't know why this thing is not. Okay, wait. So this piece here is when I teach you how to complete the squares, and I teach you the different methods of completing the squares. See there it says completing the squares. Come on, don't be playing with me. Completing the squares, I would have done those. I thought I marked them and never mark it. Perfect squares, I would have done those because I show you how to make something a perfect square, find half the coefficient of x and square it. So all of these I would have done. Sketching the graphs of those, all of these vertical and horizontal translations. Sir, vertical and horizontal translations, yes. When x is +1, it moves to the right. When x is -1, it moves to the left. That's what we talk about, vertical and horizontal stuff. So when we draw the graph of this thing here, this is where we get the radical graph. So an example of the radical graph here, so because it has a square root to it. All right, so that's a radical graph, and so forth and so on. So we would have gone through all of those. So you see where we reach? This is what I'm doing today. Unit 2, 4.2. 4.2 is where we're talking about them same worded questions here. See here, so the one we just a while ago? The one down here, so.
I'm at basic geometry.
Very nice, very nice. So the next thing that we are going to be moving into, hopefully next week all being well, is my basic geometry. Right? That's what I'll be moving into come next week, basic geometry. So it means that I finish off graphs. So now that I've shown you that, let me go to the assessments. Let me show you where you guys are supposed to be. So looking at the assessments, graphs, you're supposed to be up to number 12 because next week I'm starting basic geometry. You're supposed to be up to number 12. Can everybody see that? It says graph part 2, basic geo, and this Untitled is done in sequence too. So I'm going to say in sequence, assessments are in sequence according to the stuff, right? So basic geometry is what we're starting next week. So everybody should be up to number 12. Only very few, I think like about 4 students, if not 3, the names that I called before, would have gotten up to this point on the assessment, so to speak, right? Remember, you are given for like unit 4.2, there are 3 things. You get the homework, you get a practice quiz, and then you get the quiz. Now, one of the things I can say to you is this over here is saying to me that students have attempted. All right, let me start down here. So so it told me that, let me go to basic geometry. It told me that there are students who have done my quiz on basic geometry. Why? Because I can look at this to see. Okay. Let me do a new share. And this is how I use Untitled. Don't know how your other teachers use it, but what Untitled says to me is that out of the 10 questions that that you got, for question 1, 4 respondents got question 1 right. Out of a class of 20 plus, or maybe out of those number of students who would have done the assessment. So I have to wait now until the whole class do the assessment to see what the students are, what you are understanding from what you're not understanding. So the Untitled platform is not just for you to do homework and quiz and just mark it. There's a section that is under analytics, that I get information from. Now, the mere fact that me see them 2 are 2 and 2, question 7 and question 8 is not something that students can get. It's only 29%. Now, this one says, which direction will you face if you start facing north and make a half revolution clockwise? So this on the geometry in terms of rotation, students don't know what is happening right here. So it means now that when I get to this point, I have to now go and tackle this because we're not understanding it. So you see, when I come to class, I know exactly what to teach because this analytics tells me what is happening. It also tells me that there are 7 students who attempted the question. And of the 7 students that attempted the question, 4 of them don't understand it. This one tells me, say, 6 of them get these right, 6 of them get that right out of the 7. And if 6 get it right, I can say, okay, for the most part, they're understanding. This one student now needs to go back and review what is happening. So anything with the 86%, I'm okay with. There's a 71% for question 9, and there's also 1 for question 5. So it gives me the analytics, right? Find the number of right angles formed by the hour hand and the clock hand when it marks from 1 to 4, right? So when I look at that, I know, okay, the student understand what an angle, the angle looks like and how to estimate the angle. If each of them go by 30, that means from 1 to 4 have to be a 90 degree. Okay, so I understand what the students are seeing. So I can see this and I can tell you that the students are understanding, right? So it gives me that level of detail. Oh, come on. It gives me that level of detail. So when you don't do the work, I don't know where you are. We're doing an online class, and when you don't do the work, I have no clue where you are. So I can't help you. So that's why I'm closing up the stuff so I can
give them access to Edicasoft.
Who that?
Antwin.
Supposed to. But when I asked earlier, you never said something to me if you don't have access to it. You have access to it, man. But anyway, I'll check when I come out of this. Where am I? Okay, I need to share screen to show you this one. So like the first question I gave, only 10 students, only 10 students attempted the question. And guess what, guys? You think I am worried? You think when I give you the work and you don't do the work, I am worried? Remember, at the end of the day, you hear Andrew Han say, it's a money-making thing. At the end of the day, you are going to be responsible for the amount of money you spend for a course. If a course is $10,000, don't spend $30,000 on it. You're overspending. Pass is something the first time. And when you don't do the work, you're going to fail. So only 10 students attempted the quiz. Another 10 students, I can say this was pretty well done. 8 students got 4 of the 6 questions correctly. No, sorry. 4 students got 8 out of 10 correctly. And this one here, question number 4, is not something that was loved by most of the students. And, you know, only 50% of those who did it, only 5 students, 50% of the 10, 5 students, see the number here, so 5, got it right. All right? So 80%, 8 students got these correctly. So I will know when I see all of that, I can say, okay, fine. If 80%, even the 70%, if 70% of the class is understanding, I don't need to spend time on that because most of the students are understanding. It means now that the 30% now need to go and do some work on their own to come up to par. But when I have a number like 50%, it may say to me that, let me spend a little more time to get the class up to a 65 or a 70%, right? So these are analytics that I look at to see what is happening. But if you don't do the work, I can't get the analytics because only 10 students do it. So I can say 10 students understand where I'm going. There are 22 of you, 24 of you in the class. And if only 10 of them, I said, okay, it's 10. So at any point in time, I can say, I know these 10 students will pass and I can't speak about the others. So you know exactly where you're supposed to be at for the assignments. You are supposed to be at, let me see if I can get this right this time around.
10, 11, 12, sir.
10, 11, 12, up to 12. All right, the screen not moving. I was trying to do a new share, but it's not.
I forgot to ask. I saw FCM 211 with you. We're not supposed to do that, right?
No, it's just a review. It's a review of FCM 1 and 2. It's a review. Others have done it, and I guess it's beneficial to them. So if you know you really want to to put things into play, because remember, you know, some of the concepts from FCM 1 and 2 are coming over for 3. Remember, the prerequisite for those are FCM 1 and 2. So the prerequisite for FCM 3 is 1 and 2. It's just that I would have given students an override. So if you did FCM 2 last semester as your first, if you came in as a January student and did only FCM 2, and then this is your second foundation course, I never did FCM 1, I still allow you. I'll still allow you, right? But really and truly, FCM 1 and 2 would be the prerequisite for this course. But because the foundational course, I waive it. Any questions?
No, sir. None from me.
Therefore, sir,
Hmm?
the homework for this week we should just be at 12, just 12. We're not passing 12.
Others have gone past 12, you know. So if you want to go past 12, fine, but up to 12 must be done.
Before next week, Saturday.
No, ma'am. Okay, so you want me to do that then and don't close out any today? That's what you're saying? That's what you're asking me?
Yes, sir, because remember last week I wasn't here. By
the way, I hope you're all right now, because I responded to your message, right?
Yes, sir.
I hope you're all right.
So I didn't get to do anything last week. I'm playing catch up now.
All right, the recording is there, Marva, so you can just look at the recording.
Okay, but
all
I
right.
need to ensure that I have these, that I'm able to do them, sir, to catch up with them.
Okay, all right. So what is going to happen then? So you recognize that these are expired?
No, those I did already. Sir.
I know you did those, but there are others who didn't do them. So these are expired. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close these out on up to 12. Sorry, where am I? Up to 12. So for those of you who are lagging behind, you have no man, I want you to do more than that. All right, so technically you have these to be done. You have these to be done, okay? 1, 2, 3, up to 12. But what I want you to do for me is I want you to, no man, yeah, I mean, there are students who have completed all of that already. But I'm saying to you, I want you also to look at the basic geometry. So when I come to class, come next week, God's willing, the geometry part will be very easy for us to go through because you'd have seen it already. So I want you to also include up to 15 for the assessments. And if I'm going to give you up to 15, it means that I'll give you up to next week, Friday night, 12 o'clock, or Saturday morning into before my class to complete this stuff. If you're not going to do basic geometry, I'm closing out these 3 today. So let me know. Are you willing to do these up to 15 for next Saturday? Or do you want me to close out just these for today and then you don't do this one? Which is it?
I'm going, yes.
Up to 15,
up to 15, sir.
You bug on, no? You think me know say that you're not going to say, but yes. And then now, what is going to be left for me to do is some constructions with you, do some symmetry, lines and angles. Then we have, wow, is that only something I have left, man? Jesus, Father, guys.
Sir, I see one that only had one question.
Yeah, man, some of them like that.
Wow.
No, man, it's not one question. You have one attempt.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah, you have one question here for the construction. Oh, yeah, the construction, yeah, because it's construction. So you do all the stuff. Is one question with many different little things on it.
So you either get 100% or 0%, sir?
No, you can get partial right and partial wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get partial right, partial wrong. So it may ask you to do something and then follow up with something else and follow up with something else. So you get the partial right, partial wrong.
Okay.
All right. So so all of this here, guys, you see how much work we have there? Is a whole heap of work, and I can't just do 3 piece of work on a week. So it's to come next week. Let me tell you what is going to happen. All being well next week. All being well next week, I am doing geometry and construction in one. Geometry and construction in one. And then at some point in time in class, I'm going to give you time to complete the geometry assessment so that the following week I can look at symmetry and lines. I have to double up. This is week 4. And of a 10-week semester, so I have 6 weeks left, and I'm finishing the syllabus. So hence my almost miserable sound by trying to get you guys to do what I really want you to do. Not that I'm miserable, it's just that I want the best of you. All right, I'm going to just end right here. If there are no other questions, and just
so what's the consensus again in regards to closing out?
The consensus is that I'm going to leave it open until next week, and you're going up to 15, up to geometry.
Okay.
And then now what I'll do in class next week is go through the geometry with you. Then, sir, what if you do the assessment? No problem. If you didn't get a full score and then you understand it better, then I can give you another attempt at it. It's not an issue. And you recognize, like for the yeah, I'll give you another attempt. If you do the stuff. If you don't do the stuff, don't even think of, because trust me, I'm keeping a record of all of this. All right.
I noticed how early I come class this morning because, you know, this week I said to myself, all right, let me buckle down and settle down into this class.
Bless the Lord. Bless the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. And then now what will happen is that when we do this, when you do this, prepare beforehand for next week. And guess what? You see, those of you who are very astute, you can go through both geometry and construction. So when I'm teaching class next week, it just come easy to you and it can just mop up the different pieces. Because if I can go through geometry and construction next week, it's not hard enough. Matter of fact,
so come to it when you start, sir.
I am going to say it again, Krishna.
You can be familiar with it.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know what I'm going to do beforehand? I'm going to send you some notes that I prepared for you for construction. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it before I run off my mouth. And then now you said to me, but sir, you are not a man of your words. You say you're going to send us something and you never send it. So let me see before. Because I have to send off the what do you call it now? The work that I did in the writing that I did in class today. I'm going to send that off. And then I can send something off on the construction. Yes, I remember working on this. Right, so I'm going to send off something on the construction, and then should I just send you all of this? No, I'm not going to send all of that yet. I'm going to break it up because you may need to. That is all the way down here.
Sir?
Yes, maybe.
You can excuse me a bit, I have to step away from there.
No problem. Well, no, just give me 2 more minutes, and then 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes. You can do 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes. I just want to bid my goodbyes. All right, so we have an understanding. Geometry and construction for next week. So you need to go up to, you need to go up to number 15 for geometry, but those of you who can go up to 18, sure, just go up, and I'm going to send you something to do on construction. The final thing I'm going to say to you is, unfortunately, this week we lost 3 of our students. 2 past students, 1 is an immediate past student, and 1 student who is finalizing. This would have been her last semester of the bachelor's program, and she passed this week. And 1 other student who I had the pleasure of teaching, the photographer, Doms, was one of my past students. So this week was a rough week for us, and in particular, rough for me because 2 of the 3 students I know pretty well I've interacted with. This other student, I may have taught her, the one who is a year 4 student, but I can't picture her. But irrespective that I teach or I taught, is still a student of ours. And we lost 3 students this week. It's a lot for the institution. If it was even 1 student, it's a lot, right? The other student is the immediate past president of the student union. Very nice student. Last time I spoke with the student was graduation, when the student graduated. And, you know, it's just a rough moment. What am I saying? As best as possible, my students, want to keep safe. Wear a mask, sanitize, monkeypox is out, COVID still a keep. Just be safe. as I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking to myself. You're on the road, you just take your time. You're walking or driving, take your time. Pray before you come out, pray when you come back in, pray when you even up on the road, and just ask Father above for cover. It rough on me. It really is rough on me when I know I had a play in someone's development and to see them just cut out. Young somebody just drop out, so it rough. Some of them beg of you, please be safe. You're at home, be safe. Because the young man, the photographer, was at home and got shot, as the report says, in a yard, in a bed. See their yard? Lock up. Not because of their yard they are talking about, or you're going to leave the front open and the back open. No. Lock up. Stay in. All right? So we'll talk. Have a good one. Remember, you have a promise, and let's keep our promises safe.
Yes, sir. Except the Lord watch the house, the watchman watch it, but in vain.
Absolutely. All right, take care, guys. All the best.
Take care, sir. Thank you.
All the best, sir.
I'm sorry for your loss, sir.